Testing mic 1 2 1 2. Testing mic. Table
Testing mic
tennis.
check 1 2. Table tennis. Testing mic check 1 2. Testing mic check 1 2. Testing mic check 1 2.
Testing mic. Testing mic 1 2.
Testing mic check 1 2. Testing mic check 1 2.
Solomon. Testing mic 1 2. Testing mic.
Testing mic 1 2. Testing mic check 1 2.
Inspirational Benji. Inspirational Benji. Mic 1 2 1 2 3. Hello. Testing mic 2.
Testing mic check 1 2. Testing mic check 1 2.
Well, it is a Saturday, 13th April, and we are live at Lugogo MTN Arena, coming to you, bringing for you the action right from MTN Arena Lugogo, and it is the African Cup qualifiers, and we shall be selecting at least the top two that will represent the country. That will be in Rwanda next month, that is May from 14th, and they will be representing the country in the African Cup as well as the Olympic qualifiers that will be in Rwanda. It is Karamagi Steven together with
Semakade Solomon.
commentary. It is Sharif Nsereko versus that is Sam Mbabazi.
Yeah, it is Sam Mbabazi versing Sharif Nsereko, and the match has already started, and we are already seeing the scores being 8-5 in favor of Nsereko.
Well, for those trying to understand our players, it is Samuel in a Stag Global blue t-shirt against that is Sharif Nsereko, I think 9-year-old from still Nakasero Table Tennis Club. Actually, both players are coming from that is Nakasero Table Tennis Club, and they quite started their playing time almost around the same time. And yes, that is Samuel Ankunda from Nakasero Table Tennis Club, and currently it is a 9-9 score. Well, for someone who has just tuned in, table tennis is a game of 11 points, and whoever reaches 11 first wins the first set. It is a best of 5. Brace yourselves for the action.
Yeah, those trying to understand table tennis, we are the point where a player getting 2 points, and there's Sam Ankunda does it. But I was trying to explain to you that if players go to 9-9 and each gets to 10-10, a player is supposed to take 2 points in a row for them to take that set, and it won't matter how long they will take 1 point until when someone takes 2, that is when they win a set. But someone could wraps it up with 2 points in a row and takes the first set. It is 1 set for Sam Ankunda and 0 for Sharif Sereko.
Well, for those trying to understand, every after 11 points or every after the first set, that's when we see the athletes go. That is for a 1 minute water break, as well as checking in with their coaches to be able to, try to understand where they could have gone wrong and try to adjust
By the way,
accordingly.
we'll have to let them decide who's going to have the win.
Well, under most circumstances, it doesn't allow favoritism, so therefore, and also maybe create divisions in the club, and that's why we see usually when players come from that is the same club, usually they do not have that is a coach on their bench.
It is 3-1 in favor of Sam Ankunda. Sam Ankunda tries to initiate a counter rally, but it goes all in vain. It is 2-3 in favor of Sam Ankunda.
He goes with the backhand service, though he touches the net, and then that calls for a reserve in table tennis. When you serve and the ball touches the net and flips over to the other table, it is referred to as a net service, and it actually calls for a reserve.
I guess the umpire is trying to correct something, or because I'm seeing the game is kind of stopped because of a query or something, but it's going to be end out. That is how it happens. Table tennis is a game where you have to be disciplined, you have to coordinate and cooperate, and then you'll have to figure out how it's going to end.
Well, it is so intense. Samuel Ankunda playing with that is normal rubbers, and Sharif Nsereko, the youngster with normal rubber, that is on the forehand, and the pinpoint rubber on backhand. Well, that is a technical advisor there, stroke referee for the tournament, trying to sort out the little problems that could have come up during the play. And yes, that is Benjamin Achuma having a word with the umpire. Also, Monsaga Magade, what do you think? What could be the prediction for this game?
The prediction may be actually tough to make and to decide, because table tennis is very, very dynamic. Okay, there are very many dynamic sports, but table tennis is actually one of them, because we realize these players were both in the was All Africa Games in Kenya. They represented us so well, they represented the country, and it was significant. Like the representation was very good, so you can't tell as yet who is going to take it, although Sam already has a set, but it will be so hard for me to predict as per now.
Well, I would say it's a little bit complex, especially when you look at Sharif Nsereko, who has that is a pinball rubber. It is a very, very unpredictable rubber, and if you don't have enough experience, you actually find it very hard to play against that rubber.
By the way, Sharif Nsereko is one of the best players of that, using that rubber in Uganda, because when you realize maybe the legends we've had, Amina Namaganda, Amina Nampera, we have Amina, the coach to Mobis, who's that? Amina Lukaya. So he is actually trying to pave his way so that he's writing his own record with that rubber, because we actually have a few players that actually use that rubber. So Sharif Nsereko is the one of the outstanding ones we have actually currently in Uganda.
Well, that is a net there, and sees Sharif reach that is the breaking point that could be the winner point. Well, Sam is determined not to lose this game.
Sam is 2 points to catch up, and Sharif Nsereko only needs a point to wrap up the set, and then they go 1-1. That is if Nsereko gets this point, but if they don't, if he doesn't get that point, he will have to suffer the consequence of losing this set again, and I'm seeing Samankunda doing the initiative to get there to the top, to 10-10. Just as I said earlier, when it gets to 10-10, a player is supposed to win 2 points in a row for them to take the set. It is 1-1. Samankunda 1, Sharif Nsereko 1. Best of 5 game. Winner supposed to take 3 sets to have the win in their pocket.
Well, it is that 1 minute break again, though the players seem like they do not need the water break, for they are focused on taking the game, and they do not have the coaches on their benches, so probably they are well set to be able to secure the game. Samuel there with a big forehand.
Temporal bars are one of the trickiest, like me as a player, because I actually also find myself sometimes playing here, but I find it very hard to play against a pimple rubber because they actually have dynamic expectations. For example, you may think something different is coming, just like the point you realize he was trying to play a backhand spin, yet it was a deep chop in it. So that is how he found himself losing the point.
Well, it is a complex service. It's a complex rubber to play against, and it requires a lot of patience. And yes, I believe that someone's got that ability to be patient with each and every ball that he plays. And with his experience, we've seen him go to Ethiopia, represent the country. We've seen him that is in Ghana recently. That was the All Africa Games, and a couple of competitions that he has won. That is Ginger Open last year, and a lot more competition. So I believe with his experience, he will be able to secure this game. It's a big down the line forehand there from Samuel Ankunda.
But Samuel Ankunda is that person you will never think you will lose unless you see that last point where the umpire will be like game down. But if you don't see that, Samuel Ankunda will always be determined to always have that set on, like that catch up. And I'm seeing him trying to make one. Wow, fantastic rally from both of them. That was really, really nice.
It is that running side spin, signature service from Samuel that he often uses when times are hard. And there is Sheriff Nsereko with a net ball.
Oh, he tries out the backhand counter, but Sheriff Nsereko's defense was really, really on guard. Sheriff Nsereko takes the second set, and Sheriff Nsereko is actually a set away from victory, and Sam Ankunda has 2 sets. If he is to take them, he has 2 sets to win this game. By the way, Steve, I'm realizing Sam is actually trying to change the strategy this time, because I'm realizing he's trying to avoid the people side. Personally, if I was the person to be playing at that point, I would not want to put the ball to that side, because it has costed him enough points. You realize how he is playing right now. He's actually trying to avoid that side, and I find that actually a good strategy he is actually using at this point.
Well, Samuel is one of the most strategic and one of the most players with the best mental fitness. And yes, Samuel Ankunda is always focused and always takes care of each and every point. And when it comes to pimple rubber, but the moment you fear playing against it, it beats you. So I believe that's why Sam is actually focusing on the pimple rubber, trying to set the opponent into the play he would love him to play.
He's actually patient with the ball, and he actually waits for that right moment to execute the best, and he saves the best for the last.
Like you were saying that you were scared that Samuel Ankunda, if you were Samuel Ankunda, you didn't play against the forehand, the backhand. That's where the pimple rubber is. But you can see he has been able to secure almost all the points, just playing from the pimple rubber. And Sharif Nsereko has not been able to, block a couple of them.
Even when you look at the size, he actually uses the pimple maybe to set him the point, and then after it gets to smashing, he find him taking that ball in the deep forehand where he can the pimple is out of reach, and that is how I'm seeing him securing his second set. And it takes us to the decisive, where they get to 2-2. We actually always have to find a winner, and this is the point where we're going to find one. Table tennis actually don't have draws here. That is why we are going for the decisive set. Stephen Karamaji, who do you expect to have this set?
Well, with table tennis, it's a little bit unpredictable, as we can see Sharif Nsereko secured 2 points, 2 sets, and he was ahead of Samuel Ankunda. However, Samuel Ankunda is one of the players, like I said earlier, with the best mental fitness. So I believe it is early to predict what will happen or how this game will end. As you can see, Sharif Nsereko is as well determined, and is not willing to drop this game.
When I look at Sharif Nsereko and the players I've actually seen of late and of all years, realize Sharif Nsereko, like Ugandan pimpled player, is actually kind of different one, because realize he actually goes in for the forehand. Someone may choose or opt to use their pimple all around, but he actually engages the forehand, and that is actually good of him.
Green smash there from Samuel Ankunda. Well placed. Bit uncomfortable for Sharif Nsereko to return. Strategic play there from Samuel Ankunda.
Those trying to understand table tennis, the reason why they are changing sides, it comes to the second or the decisive. They have to change sides, and that's what they have just done.
Ooh, it is that wave shot. We only see it here in Uganda, followed with the smacking backhand. Absolutely impressive play from that is Samuel Ankunda.
My question of that day will be, what has Samuel Ankunda been waiting for? Because like for 10, would you expect him to have the last set at 4? I thought it would go to level up to like 10 or something, but
well, Solomon Zimakade, like I said earlier, and I'll say it again and again, Samuel is one of the best players that Uganda has got, with both physical fitness and a very, very good mental fitness. And yes, he will set you to play exactly what he would love to see you play, and when you play it, he turns it against you, and that is how Samuel Ankunda has been able to, stay at the top of the rank that is in Uganda. Currently, he's seed number 2, and he was playing against that is Sharif Nsereko, who is the current
Number 4, is it?
yes, seed number 4, Sharif Nsereko from Nakasero Table Tennis Club, and Samuel Ankunda from that is Chivoli Table Tennis Club, though hailing from that is Nakasero Table Tennis Club. Well, Solomon Tamakade, as we said earlier, we are here at that is the former MTN Arena, currently known as the NCS Arena. This is Lugogo, and yes, we are having that is the African Cup qualifiers come next month, that is May, and they will be held in Rwanda. And on the table right now is Philip Napokoli, aka the Spin Killer from Nakasero Table Tennis Club, but currently playing that is for Chivoli SS Table Tennis Club, and he is in a black butterfly shirt, and he will be playing against that is the world champion, the maestro, the top at the top, Joseph Sebatindira, in a red t-shirt. And yes, he has just come back from that is Ghana, and he was representing the country as well as the third player of that is the team. And by the way, to remind you that 2 players playing against each other are brothers, and I believe the young one picked interest, that is from his elder brother Philip Napokoli.
I'm just so surprised that this is actually happening now, because this is one of the best moments you would have to have to your siblings when you find something interesting and the best, and where it can actually yield very good results. Let me talk about the advantages someone can actually get from playing table tennis. He is actually the one in black is Philip Napokoli, and he is actually going to Chivoli SS with a scholarship. So this may be actually pulled interest to the younger sibling, and that is how he's actually also doing it. There is a lot of gold in table tennis for you to mind. It's actually a very good place where you can come and actually be physically fit and actually get talent, and you actually can earn from it, because they actually currently the national team, and I guess they actually get some upkeep that actually keeps them running when they get to school.
Well, be warned, you should brace yourselves for the best action, because this is a brotherhood thing, and yes, the young one is up here to prove to the elder brother that I am the champion of the family. The elder brother, I don't think he would like to drop his crown, and yes, it is this tag table, and it is a 40+ millimeter ball. Brotherhood thing. Philip in black against Joseph Sebatindira.
I currently haven't seen Joseph Sebatindira's best, because I'm seeing him trying to initiate the counters, and he's trying to initiate the backhand counter, but it is all going in vain. I guess he has just not gained momentum already, but I'm actually expecting more action after or when the game proceeds. One of Joseph Sebatindira's best tool is ball placement. When you look at how he's playing, he's actually elder brother, that is Philip Napokoli, aka Spin Killer. He is just trying to strategically place the ball. His tool is ball placement, and he disorganizes his footwork, and then he actually finds himself hustling out a point. That was a strategic play from the young star.
It is a counter
actually-
back to back from
He's actually
Joseph
been beaten in his own game. The placement went wrong.
Did
That
he
was
just get lucky, or it was
that was
actually-
unexpected, but that is Philip Napokoli for you, and he's actually he's actually always having those moments where you least expect him to play the ball, but that is when he proves you wrong, and then he plays it back to the table. That is giving him the first set, and remember, this is a best of 5 game. The person supposed to take this game has to have 3 sets in their pocket, and that is Philip Napokoli is only 2 sets away from victory.
Joseph Sevatindi there with a big forehand, though he doesn't touch the net. Interesting play from Joseph. I actually like the way Joseph, he's always focused at each and every point, and I believe that's what makes him a world champion currently. And yes, he's a world champion that is from Egypt and Qatar. That was, I think, the youth contender in Qatar, yes. And by the way, Joseph Sebatindira is one of the most treasured players right now in the country, and yes, the whole world is behind him.
It is 4-4.
Joseph there with the defensive play.
Strategic play from Joseph Sebatindila.
As we can see, it is 5-5. Joseph in defensive mode. Ooh.
Whoa. That was a nice rally from the brothers. That is Philip Napokoli and Joseph Sebatindila. And I'm just realizing Joseph Sebatindila, his strategy this time is not like maybe making more attacks and making more loops. He's actually playing strategic and playing smart. I would take this to the, I guess, the experiences he has had in Qatar. Was it and Doha? Is it?
Yes, it was Doha, and as well as maybe in the All African Games, it is Ghana.
Realize you may find a player where you have better attacking skills than him, and then you just find yourself losing them because all they do is placing you and then beat yourself, and that is exactly what he is doing here. This is the experience we always talk about, and is oh my god, he is doing it great. It is 9-17, 8 Philip Napokoli.
Beautiful flick there, followed by a big forehand down the line. Sees Joseph secure his first set, and it is 1-1 and sends us direct to the water break that we are seeing the players are not willing to take at the moment. I don't know if it is the pressure or he would like to finish the game quite fast, but yes, it is. They are supposed to take a 1-minute break that they have not chosen to take.
Well, this is one of the things athletes work on when they're in the training endurance. Like, for example, they might have wanted to have like the 1-minute break, but with intensive training, you get used to playing very many games at that shortest time possible. That is endurance, and I like the way they have it. And that is, they are all from Nakasero Primary, and I would like send gratitude to the coaches that have taught them and built them physically fit.
It is 2 Joseph, 1 Philip. Joseph there with a backhand counter. I sometimes get confused and mesmerized at the same time how a young maestro, a 9-year-old, is able to play table tennis at the highest level. And as you wouldn't predict. Yes, it is. I think actually that's what makes him a world champion, because I believe you cannot be a world champion if you cannot play like the way Joseph Sebatindira does.
One thing I realized about table tennis and I see about table tennis is time, and I believe if you give it time, it's like an investment. It yields. The payback is determined by the investment you put. If you put in enough time, you get better yields. If you put in less time, you get less. That is what I see, because realize Sebatindira Joseph actually has enough time, should I call it, because realize these kids don't have like a lot to do. They are not engaged somewhere. That's all they have is education and maybe playing, so that gives them ample time to play. That's why you realize in table tennis you actually have a lot of upsets where a young boy ends up beating up someone that has actually been driving the country for maybe 1.5 years.
The back-to-back backhands with Philip Napokoli unable to take that one, but yes, it is a beautiful rally that is from Philip Napokoli.
Philip Napokoli with a 1-2-3 backhand that gets him a point. It is 6 Napokoli, 7 the youngster.
Well, Philip there tried to be innovative with a smart backhand, well placed, though Joseph was actually waiting for it to reach his side.
I guess Joseph Sebatindira is actually gaining the momentum I spoke about. Joseph Sebatindira is actually trying to get himself there to perfection, because I barely see him lose reckless points. A net service called by the umpire. Those trying to understand table tennis, a net service is called, and it calls for a reserve.
It's a deep cut there from Joseph Sebatindira. Well placed in the middle of the table, hard for Philip Napokoli to be able to bring back to. That is Joseph's table, and yes, Joseph secures his second set, and it is 2 Joseph, 1 Philip Napokoli.
There is Joseph Sebatindira for you, and like I said, table tennis is full of upset, because we actually saw Philip Napokoli having the first set, and you can just not imagine that he would actually be behind at this point, because I saw him just only 2 sets away and from victory, and I'm realizing he's the one at this point lagging behind. It is 2 sets for Sebatindira Joseph the youngster, and 1 set for Napokoli Philip, aka the spin killer. That was a flashy backhand from the youngster, giving him the second point of the 4th set. He tries it again, but it all goes in vain. Backhand is one of the hardest strokes, by the way, in table tennis to master, but the youngster has actually made it. Wow, what a rally.
Fantastic play there from Joseph Sebatindira. Well, it is 5-5. Philip Joseph.
Sebatindira Joseph is actually playing it so quick. He's mashing the footwork with the player, and that is making it a very, very good play for him, yielding him enough points. It is 7, Sebatindira Joseph 6. Philip Napokoli actually seems disappointed with his play today, because I think he didn't expect himself to play like that.
Yes, as you can see, he's trying to shadow it up. He knows what to do, but Joseph Sabatindira is actually not letting him do his thing. And as you can see, Joseph is taking big points time and again. It is 6 Philip 8 Joseph. That forehand chop block, followed by the big smash from Joseph, though a little bit disappointed by his ability not to put the ball back to the table. Yes, that is Joseph for you there, a little bit disappointed by that one. Neat ball, and it flies out of the table. Philip Napokoli.
It is 9 up.
Smash there from Joseph Sebatindira, the world champion, and
It is 10-9 in favor of Joseph Sebatindira. If the youngster gets this point, it will get him the win.
that tomahawk service from Philip Napokoli that actually makes it hard for Joseph Sebatindira to play back. He's Philip for you securing the first advantage. That patience.
Philip Napokoli gets it, and it is 2-2. There are very many interesting matches today, because I've barely seen any that is actually signifying that we are having the best of the best in Uganda, because I've not seen a match that has actually ended 2 straight. It is 2-2. Philip Napokoli 2, and the youngster having 2 as well. I don't know how it's going to end, because each point counts, because realize the little star was actually a point away, but after a simple break, the spin killer actually made himself up, and he had the set in his pocket. Let's see how the fifth set ends. It is Napokoli Philip serving. Napokoli Philip starts with serving out. That is actually one of the most disappointing moments that you could ever have yourself in a game. You actually maybe lose the next points trying to blame yourself why you actually served that ball out.
Well, Solomon, it is that moment where the pressure kicks in, and it is the Africa Cup qualifiers as well as that is Olympic qualifiers, and the pressure and the intensity is so high at the moment. And yes, if you cannot hold up, that's what happens.
I would put the pressure to the point that
he serves out again. This is quite intense for Philip Napokoli, the elder brother to the youngster, the maestro, the world champion, Joseph Sebatindira.
Personally, I would put the pressure to the fact that this every match decides and every point counts, because every person you're seeing here wants to get to that ticket where they'll have to represent their country, because that is the honor and pleasure someone can actually have, and I would actually personally want to have it as well. So that is the reason why the pressure is actually kicking in at this moment.
It's 5-3 and Philip calls for a timeout to be able to cool the pressure, as we have seen actually in the first 5 points. He has actually served out twice, and I think that's why he has been able to call in for a timeout. And it is a 1 minute break from playing, and yes, it is required, especially when the intensity is so high. And you are entitled, each player is actually entitled to a 1 minute timeout every game, and I think it was the right time for Philip to call in for it, because as we can see, he has served out twice. He has been shooting almost all the balls outside, and yes, he had to call in.
Because this actually, if the points would go in his favor, this would be something like 7-3, but it is actually 4.
Joseph's Joseph Sewatindira there.
Joseph Sebatinida seems disappointed with the last 2 shots he has played, and he has actually played them out. That is the point where the pressure kicks in.
That service from Philip Napokoli originates from, that is, Japan, and yes, it starts from the tomahawk axe that most Japanese treasure. And we've seen it being used by, that is, Harimoto. We've seen it being used by a couple of senior players, and yes, Philip brings it here to Uganda in the African Cup and Olympic qualifiers.
The little star has actually gotten himself to pressure, because he's actually, I'm seeing him blaming himself point after point, and this is actually a vice, because that could actually cost you a point or two, and that could end up costing you the rest of the game.
Joseph there in a defensive mode, not doing a lot, just in position, waiting for the ball to come. And yes, it secures, that is the game point. It is his first game point. The big forehand there, followed by a block down the line. Seeing Joseph has secured this game, that is 3-2, and he walks away victorious against, that is, Philip Napokoli of Chibudi SS Table Tennis Club. And yes, he started his career, that is, from Nakasero Table Tennis Club, under the one and only, the Olympian, the All Africa Games bronze medalist, Miss Mary Musoke. Well, she was one of the top stars that Uganda has ever had back in the day, and yes, she has been able to send in her talent to the youngsters. And as you've seen in the last games, all the players, that is, from Nakasero Table Tennis Club, have been showcasing some of the best plays, and yes, it is all energies of the Olympian, the bronze medalist, Miss Mary Musoke.
Well, Stephen Karamaji, am I seeing the under 11 semi-final on table right now? Because was it under 11, under 13? I'm not certain very well, but these are actually very good, both under cadet players, are they? Yes, they are.
Well, interesting there. Sharif Nsereko from Nakasero Deputies Club is back on table in the Under Armour. That is great shot against one of the top players, the youngsters, that is from Slam Ping Pong. And it is the start of the game. Starts with a super backhand, though it doesn't.
That was pretty disappointing one from Sharif Nsereko. It is 3-3 Alan serving. Sharif secures both the points and it makes it 5-3. Sharif Nsereko has decided to use his deceptive rubber all throughout because he is actually realizing the opponent is having difficulty with playing the deceptive rubber.
Well, the reason why he has that deceptive rubber is because he's actually weak. I believe that's why you would see him use it quite often, because it is his strongest weapon against the opponent. Though the opponent actually, I think, is way focused, determined, and he knows to actually how to play against that rubber.
You can't afford to only come with one forehand loop and expect to have a win or get a point off Sharif Nsereko. That is what Alan got wrong, because I'm realizing he actually attacks one loop and then Sharif Nsereko, when he blocks, he actually loses the point out. Alan must be frightened from the play. That is Sharif Nsereko is actually getting. Wow, that was actually very nice from Alan. That is Alan for you. Alan, what have you been waiting for? That is exactly what you were supposed to be doing for the rest of the game. But he's actually getting, I guess he's actually saving the best for last.
And they're wondering what could have gone wrong. Why is it that Sharif Nsereko has actually secured the game point before him? Impressive play there from Alan. Unfortunately, he does not secure the first set, but that was actually impressive. It becomes hard for most senior players to counter attack that pimple rubber every time it's chopped. You find actually most senior players decide to chop it back, but here is Alan for you, attacking each and everything. And yes, I believe this is going to be one of the hardest games for Sharif Nsereko. As we've seen, Alan is way too determined. It is that 1 minute break after one set. The most players, I think, they have worked so much about at their endurance, and we have actually seen most of them not taking the water break.
Wow, that was a nice one from Alan. He actually picks up the deep forehand top spin, and that actually yields him a point. Alan is trying to get the momentum of the play. I'm actually liking the way he's dancing to the rhythm of the pimple. He's actually getting it. Wow. Alan is actually one of the promising players we have in cadet hopes, and the country is actually looking forward to having more of him.
That running service followed by the heavy forehand. Well placed. It is that patience for me from Alan. Impressive play there with the patience and the counter is followed by the backhand though. It goes begging. Alan there with beautiful footwork. Sharif Nsereko in his comfort zone.
Alan rushes into serving and he plays service in the net. Alan Nsereko is actually feeding on the vice of the pimple. Sharif Nsereko is actually failing to control the pimple, and that is actually yielding Alan a few points.
It is 9 Sharif, 7 Alan. The short service there followed by the pimple chop. Sharif there with the backhand attack with the Piparaba. Impressive play from Sharif Nsereko, and I believe that's what makes him Uganda's seed 4 at that young age.
That is Alan for you, going to serve for the third set, waiting for the umpire to make the scores right to get started.
Well, that is Alan for you with his coach, and yes, that is Faith Lion, aka I'm not getting the name quite well, but yes, he is his coach. That is from Iganga Titi Kids, and yes, it is one of the projects that are actually seeing these young stars gain a lot of skills regardless of where they come from.
It is 1-1, a promising game.
Well, and there with a flick, impressive play from the young star.
Oh my God, did you just say he has a weak backhand? Because I'm just not expecting that to be weak. That is actually a professional backhand. I think he just had to choose a pimple for himself on the backhand, because that is not like how a weak backhand runs like.
That's what actually makes them one of the hardest players to play against, especially if a player has such kind of abilities to switch from the pimple rubber to the normal rubber, and then maybe sends those big forehands or those big backhands, and yes, it becomes a little bit complex for the opponent to play against them.
Sharif Nsereko having a comfortable lead. Sharif Nsereko getting so used to playing the backhand, forgetting he has a pimple and he's supposed to be chopping.
It is that comfort you get when you are a top seed, and it comes with
is Alan, for you wondering what is going wrong. That would be me personally. If I was there, I would be thinking of what I'm supposed to be doing next, because how does someone you expect to chop end up playing a backhand? So you actually have an expectation that actually doesn't happen.
And Sharif secures the game so easily. And 3-0.
That was a comfortable win from Sharif Nsereko, Uganda seed number 4. That is the reason why he's actually up there, and Alan is actually way below him. He's actually trying to prove him that I'm way up and you somewhere down. So you should actually
For the next match step for you, it is Joseph Sebatin, the world star, the world champion, the maestro, the 9-year-old unbelievable talent in a red shirt going against, that is Pabwa Moses Kamoga, one of the top players that we've had from all generations. Actually, he was one of the top cadets in the early 2000s. And yes, he has a couple of accolades behind his back. He has represented the country in the East African region, mainly because, after some time he had stepped out of the sport. But yes, it is an interesting thing to see him back on table. And yes, he's contending to represent the country in the Africa Games, that is in Rwanda, as well as the Olympic qualifiers. Mpabwa Moses. Joseph there starts it hard with the forehand down the line. Not willing to take chances against the legendary Mose Yuji, aka Mpabwa Moses, in a white shirt. Big backhand there from Joseph Sebatindira. Deep cut there from Joseph Sebatindira sees him secure a couple of points right from the goal. And it is 3 Mpabwa, 5 Joseph Sebatindira. Kamoga Moses there with his backhand service right in the middle of the table. A little bit uncomfortable for Joseph to return. Joseph actually plays the same service against Moses Kamoga. Oof. It is that pressure that keeps on kicking in.
Joseph Sabatindira having the comfortable lead and is having the first set in his pocket, awaiting 2 sets to have this victory. Based on what I've just signed, at the first set, Joseph Sabatini has an upper hand, and as I said, table tennis is time. Realize these kids don't have like a lot on their backs, and table tennis, if you don't train as much as you used to, you actually find yourself deteriorating, and that's what I think is happening to Moses Simpabwa. But otherwise, on a good day, Moses Simpabwa would actually have a second set already, because I've actually seen him, and he has been that person that actually makes the crowd applause.
Joseph Sabatindira.
It is for Joseph Sabatindira to Moses Simpabwa.
Legendary player Kamoga with the smash in the middle of the table.
Gone are the days that smash with the backhand would be followed by Zibiri. But I don't know where he's keeping the Zibiri. I think he's saving it for the final point where he gets the win.
It is a time when you have a lot to think about, that you actually forget your own celebration, and especially when you are playing against a youngster, it is that moment where you have to think about each and every point, where to place the service, and what happens after that service. It is that wave service from Joseph Sabatindira. Quite uncomfortable for Kamoga Moses to play against.
Wow, that is the best way I've seen Joseph Sabatini finish this competition, with a backhand to and fro leg. That is keeping the opponent happy, though he's losing.
It's actually a Kanaka Kabwe. That is what is coming from the legendary mouth. It actually claims that the boy is hard to play against.
A comfortable
Joseph there enjoying himself with that backhand stroke. He knows how to place it and when to place it. He's way too comfortable with that stroke, and I think that's what makes him a world champion.
That is Moses Simpabwa disappointed in himself, asking, what have I been waiting for? That is how I'm supposed to be playing and winning. What a rally from the old Tiger.
Mozeyuji there with a dip chop in the middle of the table. I think it is that time where it actually requires a player to call in for a timeout, especially if you're playing against a world champion and a star in the sport. It is that time I would advise Kamoga to call in for a timeout to be able to think about how to go against this world champion, Joseph Sebatindida. Signature backhand from Kamoga.
Even when he's off form, he doesn't forget how to play that backhand. He's actually always having it on him. And he plays two balls in the same spot, getting him the third set. That was Kamoga versus Sebatinda Joseph, the tournament's favorite. That is Moses for you, registering his first loss of the day. The next game is going to be Sheriff Seriko versus Philip Napokoli, all away from Nakasero Primary School. That's where they have started their playing career, and currently one is at Chivoli Secondary School having a scholarship. Their own table tennis merit. That is the goal I've been talking about. That is the many opportunities you can get out of table tennis. You can actually hustle out a scholarship for yourself and then for your child, for them to study, because we're actually currently facing a problem that the sport has actually less players, and you can ably join the sport and actually also get the benefits they are having currently. Actually also at university, Ndeje University, pursuing a degree, and I'm actually having a table tennis scholarship as well. So that is the goal that you can find and actually mine from table tennis. That is, if you join, there are very many playing centers. You can ably join and start playing and practicing, because we actually need more of you. We actually need more players, because table tennis is actually a sport that is growing at a very, very high speed in Uganda. A heavy top spin from the spin killer. No wonder he was nicknamed the spin killer. Wow, a flashy forehand to the deep forehand. I'm realizing the spin killer is actually using the same technique the rest of the players have been using against the youngster. They play in his deep forehand, making it hard for him to use his deceptive rubber, though he's at times switches and he pulls to the deep forehand to use his deceptive rubber, earning him points. Philip Napokoli in a comfortable lead of the first set. Wow, that was a tic-tac from Philip Napokoli, aka spin killer. I'm barely seeing him chop any ball or slicing, so that is why he is named the spin killer, and he's using the tactics so very well. He plays the forehand in the deep forehand, that is making him yield and get enough points in this first set. The game is so young to decide who takes it. Well, Philip tries the backhand down the line as well, but it all goes in vain. Well, Karamaji Steven, what are the expectations you have for this game? Because for me, what I'm seeing, the game is actually tight from the action word go.
Well, Solomon, I'd say it is early to predict the game. Like I said earlier, when you're playing against a person with such kind of a rubber, you cannot predict how the game will end. You can actually even lead 10-0 and it comes all the way and catches up. You only need to understand where your weakness is. However, if you are a person with a normal rubber, it is easier to adjust to a people. There with the backhand flick. Well placed down the line. Huge net ball there from Sharif Sereko. I like the way actually Sharif Sereko is using his defensive rubber, his defensive weapon against Philip Napokoli, one of the fastest players with actually good at forehand and backhand. International umpire there for you, Olo, in the middle of this big match. Philip against Sharif Sereko. By the way, Sharif Sereko is the Uganda seed 4 whereas Philip Napokoli is, I think that it must be seed 5 or 6 around there. And yes, we are seeing champions play against each other right now, and I believe that's why we're seeing this back-to-back action.
Philip Napokoli seems disappointed with the points he has lost in this second set. I don't know what's going wrong with his forehand this set, but he was doing it very well in the first set.
Backhand switch. Interesting play from Sharif Sereko. He actually able to change the rubber from the pimple rubber, and he plays with the normal rubber, and yes, he shoots that professional backhand that see him surprise his opponents.
It is 7-7. Napokoli Philip serving. Oh my god, he saves the hardest point and the easiest gets in vain. You could not expect a spin killer to play that ball out, but it happens. This is table tennis, everything is possible. Pressure can kick in and you find yourself playing the ball either way. He picks the ball off the net, and Sharif Nsereko pushes him in the deep forehand. The spin's going wrong in the hands of the spin killer. It is 10 Nsereko, 9 Philip Napokoli serving. Sharif Nsereko gets his first set, and it is 1-1. This is a tight game. No wonder we are having the best of the best in Uganda. That is Sharif Nsereko, seed number 4, and Philip Napokoli, seed 6. So it is the battle of the best. Nice point from Philip Napokoli. He is actually very alert. He saves the points off the net, and he is one of the fittest players we have in Uganda. He's actually trying to play all-round offensive. He can ably spin with the forehand and the backhand, making him an offensive player. He's actually one of the offensive players we have in Uganda, and we are proud of him, and we can hope to have more of them. Wow, that was Philip Napokoli for you. The chop gets off the table and it gets to 3-3. That is Napokoli Philip, aka the spin killer, for you. It is 7-7. Oh my, Sharif Nsereko has actually learned the trick that they are actually overplacing him to the forehand. And when you realize every time the spin killer gets to attack, he actually drifts to the forehand sides already. And that is him. And he is actually getting more points from that side. Oh my god, he does the backhand trick. I've actually barely seen anyone return his backhand every time he does it to the pimple, because it actually gets you off guard, and then he gets the point for himself.
We're back in for that is the fourth set. Philip Napokoli in black against Sharif Nsereko in a grey under a shirt, and yes, it is Philip 1-0 Sharif Nsereko. Philip there trying his level best to see that he secures comfortable lead from Sharif Nsereko, who has actually determined that he has shown that he is determined to put him down and yes, prove his mighty as Uganda's seed 4. It is 3 Philip, 1 Sharif. Is that defensive rubber there doing miracles for Sharif Nsereko? Beautiful flick there, followed with the forehand wave. Though not well calculated, seeing it fly over the table. Interesting backhand flick there from Philip Napokoli down the line to Sharif Nsereko's forehand. Oosh.
Napokoli Philip with a heavy top spin. He has one of the best top spins I've seen in this tournament, because I'm barely seeing anyone return it, and that is yielding him enough points. That is the gold in training. When you train something and perfect it, it becomes a weapon, it becomes your tool, and it is what he's using to get himself points. Sharif Nsereko tries the backhand, and this time he doesn't get to table. But on my own thinking, if it was on table, I would doubt it would be returned, because it is always abrupt. You least expect him every time you see him having the backhand on, you think he is going to chop, but he ends up playing the backhand, and that makes it very hard for you to anticipate what was coming. It is 2-2, Sharif Nsereko 2, Philip Napokoli 2.
Well, it is that fifth set that has to decide.
Philip Napokoli with that heavy top spin on the ball, he actually emphasizes it. Even when you get there, you actually need more and extra skills to return it back to the table.
It is that painful point where the opponent hits the edge. Very hard to predict, very hard to return.
That was great from Sheriff Nsereko. He saves the net, and that actually yields him a point. That is a gift that you can get from hard work. If you go an extra mile, you get extra. That is Sheriff Nsereko. He had the point to himself.
It's actually interesting how Sharif Usereko plays with that backhand pimple. He actually does the flick, he does the chop, he does the side chop, strawberry, banana chops with that same rubber. It's so impressive how he's so innovative with that pimple rubber, as we have seen a couple of international players play with that rubber, and it is always that one normal stroke. But with Sharif Fonsereko is quite different, as we can see him do a lot of tricks and shots with that same rubber. Philip Napokoli saves that rally. Indeed, that point was worthy to be taken by Philip Napokoli. Philip Napokoli there, super determined. Net ball there, so painful to the opponent. Followed by the edge. It is that time, if you're playing, you actually start to think that your opponent is doing it with intention.
Philip Napokoli with that down the line. He has actually been expecting the most of the balls to be getting to that deep forehand, so he had already drifted, and I think Napokoli Philip had realized that he is actually expectant that every ball is actually going to be passing to the depth of the forehand, so he plays that down the line, he tries it out, it actually yields a point for him. I guess he's actually going to actually have to change his strategy if he is planning on catching up in this final set. It is 2-2-4-7, Napokoli serving. Nsereko, very young but brilliant and actually very innovative. You realize how he plays his game. He has actually, should I call it a game plan that he actually comes with. The first set chopping, the second time he's actually trying the backhand, he actually blocks with the pimple again, and he tries the backhand, so he is actually mashing up very many strokes, and it's actually very hard to predict, because in the first sets he was failing to block the forehand, but he is actually feeding off points from the forehand side this time.
And that is for you, Sheriff Nsereko, championing this one against Philip Napokoli. And I think it is the rank that is speaking right now for, Sheriff Nsereko is Uganda's seed 4, and Philip Napokoli is Uganda's seed 6. And with his people rubber, I don't think Philip Napokoli stood a chance. Well, both players are players from that is Nakasero Table Tennis Club, though Philip is currently playing for Chibuli SS Table Tennis Club. But yes, it is that action that separates the both of them. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for the action between that is Jonathan Senyonga in black against the maestro Joseph Sebatindira. Joseph Sebatindira in a red t-shirt. Jonathan Senyonga in a black shirt. Both of them with a shake hand hold. No more rubbers. Jonathan with a hurricane on his forehand. And Joseph Sebatindira with a T-bar on his backhand, and that is an MXD on his forehand. Both players just represented the country in the All Africa Games in Ghana. I think that was late last month, and yes, Jonathan is currently Uganda's seed 1 against Joseph Sebatindira, Uganda's current seed 3. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for the action. That's your block from Joseph Sebatindira against Jonathan's heavy forehand. Well placed match there from Joseph Sebatindira.
That was a net kiss point from Jonathan Senyonga, and it is 2-3 Jonah serving.
A deep job long service down the line to Joseph Sebatindira's forehand.
Jonathan Senyonga with that heavy forehand to the deep backhand of Sebatindira Joseph. It is 4-4 Senyonga Jonathan serving.
Well anticipated, well calculated. That tomahawk service from Joseph, well placed in the middle of the table, a little bit uncomfortable for Senyonga to counter spin. Backhand, back and forth backhands. Was light there by Joseph Sebatindira. Yes, as you can see, Jonathan misses that one, well cut by Joseph Sebatindira and well placed in the middle of the table. A little bit uncomfortable for Jonathan Senyonga to attack.
The heavy top spin again to the deep backhand. It is heavy. It needs.
He goes wild with that forehand, throwing in a miscalculation, and we see the ball hit the top of his racket. Joseph Sebatindira with a game point. It's a deep cut there, followed by a diagonal forehand from Joseph, who's backhand down the line too. That is Jonathan is forehand on the screen for you. That is Coach Alvin Katumba, also known as Coach Misiri. Coach Misiri, by the way, was codenamed after Joseph Sebatindira winning the first world title in Egypt, and yes, that's where Coach Alvin Katumba got the name of Coach Misiri. And yes, he has been with this boy since the start of his career as a table tennis player, and yes, he is his personal coach, and we've seen him travel all over the world together with him, and yes, securing a couple of titles for the country. It is the end of the water break, and we are coming in for the second game. It is Jonathan in black, Victor's shirt, against Joseph Sebatindira in a red shirt. Oh, deceptive service there from Jonathan. He does it again. He sends in a deep cut, a little bit complex for Joseph Sebatindira to attack. That backhand service followed by a chop forehand. Yeah, that is Jonathan. Therefore, he disappointed after that shot made by Joseph Sebatindira. You can actually see the disappointment on his face after that previous shot. It is this game service power that has been a lot of problem for Jonathan to attack. It's that big forehand down the line by Jonathan Senyonga. And I believe it's one of the reasons he is Uganda's seed one. He is unpredictable.
I just didn't see it. I don't know whether maybe if it's replayed, but the service was really complicated for the boy to return. It was.
Coach, that is Coach Tendo Valieunya. Tendo Valieunya, also an assistant coach too. That is Coach Alvin Katumba, the people behind Joseph Sebatindira's unbelievable talent. Jonathan there risking a flick, flies over the table. That big forehand well sliced by Joseph Sebatindira, properly placed.
Senyonga Jonathan must have been practicing these services, because the last ending, it almost ended the same. It was a battle. He must have gone back and done the homework, because you realize he's actually starting every single service the boy is trying to make. That makes
Joseph there secures his first game point. It is 10 Jonathan, 9 Joseph. It is that deceptive service that Jonathan actually uses always towards the end of the game. It is his signature service, and yes, he's currently secured his first set, and it is 1-1, and that sends us to a 1-minute water break. Yes, it is that interesting play there in slow motion by Joseph and Jonathan.
That is 3-3. The third set 1-1. The scores are level. Sebatinda Joseph serving. Oh my god, it touches the edge, but it almost went out. That was a lucky point for Sebatindira Joseph. It is Sebatindira in the driving seat of the game. That was a bit unlucky for Senyonga Jonathan. He plays the spin, touches the net, and gets off the table.
That
Wow,
counter
that was
forehand
amazing from Senyonga Jonathan. He plays the counter when you least expect it, and it comes in the best time when it is needed. He tries it again and it goes in vain. That is 6-6. Senyonga Jonathan serving.
Jonathan there with a back-to-back backhands, securing himself a 1-point lead from Joseph Sebatindira.
Oh my god. Jonathan Senyonga trying to prove that he is better in backhand. He has saved enough backhands, like 5, that was worth a if this point wasn't recorded, someone would deny this point didn't happen. That was the best. He deserved to be the Uganda's #1.
Look at that flick, all the way from forehand. He does a backhand flick, and it goes all the way to Joseph's forehand. A little bit uncomfortable for him to block, and yes, Jonathan had a comfortable lead of 2 points against Joseph Sebatindira. However, this is not the time to risk, for Joseph Sebatindira is a world champion and Uganda's seed 3, whereas Jonathan Senyonga is Uganda's seed 1. That heavy forehand, sending him to Joseph there securing his first game point. It is 8-10. Jonathan there with a heavy backhand. Sees him walk away with that. That is the third set of the best of 5.
That is Joseph Sebatindi. Those trying to understand table tennis, those trying to, or that have just joined us right now, after a set we have a water break where a player has to go back to their coach and they get advice from them. So that is what is actually happening here. Joseph Sebatindi is trying to iron out the mistakes that have been happening. By the coach is trying to iron out the mistakes he has been doing and trying to polish on what he has been doing great so that he keeps the game going. That's Senyonga Jonathan with a comfortable lead. He is in the driving seat of this game. He is making it seem easy to play against the cadet number 1 from Doha. That was almost a point for Senyonga Jonathan, but it goes in the net and it gets less chances every time it gets to the net to touch the table. That is 3-3. Senyonga Jonathan serving.
Yes, forehand across the table. A little bit hard for Jonathan to block. I love the way Joseph secures that one. Joseph has taken the last, these, I think, 7 points played. Secures all of them from Jonathan Senyonga, who is actually still stuck at 3 points that he got when the game had just started. Ooh, if this is not the point of the day, then I would very much love to watch that on the replay, because this is one of the best points that we've had in this game.
Wow, that was an easy spin from Senyonga Jonathan, just well placed. That makes him one of the best coaches we have, again, because he actually does what exactly he teaches. Because I personally went through his hands and he was my coach, and that is exactly what he was teaching us to do, and that's what he does. It is 8-8.
Impressive play there from Jonathan. He secures the last 4 points, setting it to 8-8. And yes, this is Coach Alvin calling for a timeout to be able to help. That is Joseph Sebatini.
That is Jonathan Senyonga for you having a water break. Every player is prone to one timeout, and Sebatinja Joseph has used his Though if you use yours, then it also gives the other player a chance to have a timeout or speak to their coach. There is something I'm actually realizing. It's like Senyonga Jonathan is actually trying to prove something, because realize the way he lost those points, like he was not even giving them time. He actually played it standing, because that is how I've seen him play quite for a while for the different qualifiers, and he has actually played more serious than the previous points that actually made it to, was it 7-3? And then he actually comes back and he catches up and he actually gets serious. He's like he's trying to get a payback.
Yes, and that timeout secures Joseph 1 point on his scoreboard. And yes, secures him a game point again, thanks to Coach Alvin Katumba.
I guess a timeout yielded something, and that is what we are seeing right now. Jonathan Senyonga a point away from catch-up, and that was a lucky point.
This is interesting. This comes once in evidence where a player hits the net twice in the same rally.
Whoa, Senyonga Jonathan, he does it again. I don't know, does he do it when he wants? He lets him lead and he actually catches up. And he does it again. He catches up and he takes the set. I actually anticipated this would actually end a 3-0, because we realized he actually had the same set. The sets have gone exactly the same. He has actually been led and he catches up, and then he loses it. He catches up. I don't know what the strategy he was using, but it has worked for him.
Oh, Philip Napokoli there comforting his little brother after that big loss that he has succumbed to. Jonathan is incredible forehand and backhand. However, it is the start of the game, and as you can see, Jonathan there well determined in a slow motion in that big match. Enjoyed the slow motion between Jonathan in black and red, Joseph Sebatin leader.
Those were one of the best moments of the game. There we have the replays.
Well, in action there, it is Joshua Magaya against Uganda seed 4 Sharif Msedeko. Joshua Magaya from that is Chiboli Table Tennis Club against Sharif Msedeko from Nakasero Table Tennis Club. It is that one of the long-awaited games, because it is Sharif Msedeko with the pimpled rubber against That is Joshua Magaya, who actually plays with only normal rubbers, both players with a shake hand grip. However, the only difference is the rubbers on their backhands, where we see Sharif Fonseca with a pimpled rubber as well as Joshua Magaya with a normal rubber. It is a 2-minute warm-up as we wait for the umpire to check in and start this game. It is at a long awaited time, and yes, the umpire flips the board to 0-0. Sharif Seriko with the toss, though he chooses to receive. Sharif Seriko there with a backhand flick with a pimpled rubber. Strawberry chop there by Joshua Magaya. This Sharif's massive weapon that is the backhand side, where we see these pimps. Well, shortly I'm joined in by the Spin Killer, and we shall be taking me through this game against Joseph, and that is Sheriff Seriko. Well, it's Mr. Spin Killer, aka Philip Napokoli. What do you think about this current match?
What I think about these games which I've played. Joseph and Sharif, they have given me a hard time, though I was undermining them, though I was trying to play my best to win my game, but I, you know, this game of Sharif and Joshua, I mean, in fact, these two are double partners. Yeah, these guys are very strong. One of them is Sharif Sincerco, who is a pimple guy. We call him a pimple guy. Another one is called Magaya Joshua. Yeah, his nickname is Kasanyirizo. Us Ugandans, we call him Kasanyirizo. Yeah.
Well, that is Philip Napokoli there for you in the game, and he's also a contender for the African Cup as well as that is Olympic qualifiers. This is the defense from Sharif from Seriko. He sends in his special weapon that
It is 10 apiece. Joshua Magaya serving. It is 11 apiece. This set is tight. Let's see how it ends. Oh my god, the pressure makes him serve out. It is 12 Nsereko Sharif, 11 Joshua Magaya. That forehand down the line never stops coming from Joshua Magaya. You can expect anything from Joshua Magaya. He is trying to prove an all-round offensive player, though he is actually very defensive, but when he decides to attack, he can execute one of the best shots you can ever see here in Uganda. That side spin service in the deep forehand yields him a point, and it puts him in the lead. Those trying to understand what's happening, those are joining us for the first time, every time someone serves, every time it gets to 10, that is called a deuce, and a person is supposed to take 2 points in a row to secure that set. And that is, if this is the situation right now, Nsereko Sharif is a point away from victory, and Joshua Magaya was 2 points, a point from securing himself to the deuce position.
We're back in for the second set. Joseph Magaya with one set registered on his scoreboard. Sharif Nsereko with a 0. However, right now the scores are 2-0. Joseph Magaya there with, that is a strawberry chop. Oof. Sharif Nsereko with an emergency forehand, well placed at the edge of the table.
Sharif Nsereko with a running service that caught Joshua Magaya off guard, yielding him a point, giving him the lead 4-3. Joshua Magaya serving. That was quite an obvious point to smash off, but it can turn to be hard when the pressure gets in the game.
It is usually that time when you are actually rushing to finish the game, you end up making a couple of mistakes where you see yourself actually smash the balls off the table.
Wow, Joshua Magaya loses out on the patience and he plays the ball in the net. You can't afford to play against Sharif Nsereko. Sharif Nsereko is patient, and you just have to be patient as well and dance to the tune of the ball unless you don't want the win. It is that 1 minute break where the umpire sets everything back to 0 and the players rest and then come back for the next set. It is 1-1 third set. That was a net service. It is called for a reserve. Joshua Magaya losing out on the patience. By the way, for the times I've seen Joshua Magaya playing, he actually, I think he has the pimple fever, I should call it. That thing that happens when you play a pimple player, you lose it out, and I think he has it. That was a nice start from Joshua Magaya.
Well, it is Sharif Nsereko with a lead against his doubles partner, that is Joshua Magaya. Joshua Magaya there with a backhand flick. Interesting running service from Joshua Magaya. Well placed in the middle of the table. Joshua Magaya
deserved that point. He really deserved that point.
Indeed, he deserved the point. He saves that net, and followed by the counter spin from that is Sharif Nsereko, but well secured by Joshua Magaya.
Joshua Magaya getting back from the freezing mode, because I think he had gotten frozen because of too much chopping from the opponent, but he is back on track and he is in the driving seat of the game.
Heavy forehand down the line. Ooh.
Oh my God, would you expect something like that from a young boy like that? He has a bright future in table tennis, I could say, because he is very good, and I think he takes training serious.
As we all know, he's Uganda's seed 4 currently, and he has just returned from the All Africa Games where he was representing the country, and I believe he has been able to learn a couple of different skills and tactics, and probably that's why we are seeing him play like that even at his youngest age.
The pressure is kicking in. players are losing services here and there. That is one of the mistake you first learn. You should never lose a service to yourself, but when pressure gets in, sometimes you find yourself doing things you would not want to do, like losing a service or smashing off the table, smashing into the net. So pressure is something very bad that is affecting these two players right now.
The tomahawk service from Joshua Magaya. He does it again, and he actually found that Sharifu Seriko is having a weakness in returning that service, and that's why we are actually seeing him do it again and again, and it has been able to give him 2 points on his scoreboard.
Sharif with switching the racket, he's getting better and better, point after another. Wow, the backhand down the line really makes him points. I've not seen anyone return it today, and I think this is the experience he got from the all African games that he participated in it too. Every time you get exposed, you get like the exposure gets, the experience gets higher and higher and higher every time you get to play more and more games. And when you get to play with players of different playing styles, you get to that point where you are better than that person that might be at the same level with you, but that hasn't gotten that exposure you have. And I guess he has gotten it. He has been to Rwanda, he has been to Ghana, so I think he stands the upper hand, and the confidence he has gotten a lot from the trips he has helped the country with.
Sharif Nsereko, he does that pimple rubber flick again to Joshua Maga's forehand, making it hard for him to block back to Sharif Nsereko. And yes, he secures that is the fourth set on his table, and currently it is 2-2. It is the decisive game. That means whoever walks away with this walks away with the whole entire game. It is Sharif 2, Joshua 0. That patience from Joshua Magaya, inclusive of the footwork.
It has come to my notice, like seriously, I think I just blinked and it happened. Have you seen anyone return that backhand today? Have you seen anyone, like if I am to ask from the previous point, have you seen anyone return that backhand? Because I think it gets people off guard, and it is actually a tool he is using right now. It is getting him good points, and as you see, he is in the driving seat of the game. He has played 3 of them, and they have actually added a lot on his points, and that's why I think he has 5 and Joshua Magaya has 1 at the moment.
Sharif there traveling the whole table with only his weapon, it is his pimple rubber. Joshua Magaya takes the last 3 points. That kind of patience that doesn't exist in many of the athletes in table tennis. It can only be seen from Joshua Magaya, especially when he is playing a player with the pimple rubber. And as you can see, he's actually been able to secure the last 6 points against Nsiriko. It is 6 Joshua, 7 Nsiriko. Ooh, he loses his point winning streak.
Joshua Magaya with a steady catch up. That was a lucky point for
There it is. Ryufun Seriko bags this game as well from, that is Joshua Magaya of Chivuli SS Table Tennis Club. And the game goes to Sharif Seriko of Nakasero Table Tennis.
And there we have it, the second time these people are meeting in the same Senyonga Jonathan in black and Sam Ankunda in the navy blue Stiga shirt. It is 2-2. Senyonga Jonathan serving. And this is the second time I'm seeing these players have the qualifier, because the last time I had it was the AGG qualifier and Jonathan Senyonga had the win.
I think anyone watching from the comfort of your home on your gadget, I think you need to brace yourself for this kind of action, because it is Samuel Ankunda. The Uganda seed 2 is in a blue shirt against Jonathan Senyonga, who is currently Uganda seed 1. And I believe the table tennis you are going to watch right now is never been watched before. It is Jonathan in black, Sam Ankunda in a blue shirt. And yes, that is the action that I was talking about. Jonathan with a heavy down the line forehand. Captivating shot there that I would very much love to watch in slow motion.
Karamaji Steven, if this was to be a tournament, I feel like this would be the final we are supposed to watch, because we are actually having a game between Uganda's seed 1, that is the person having the ball, that is Senyonga Jonathan, versus Ankunda Samuel, that is the one in the navy blue shirt. It is 5 apiece. Ankunda Sam serving. Senyonga Jonathan, he is making it seem easy to play the counter shots. Mind you, they are one of the hardest to learn, but Senyonga Jonathan and Sam Ankunda are making them seem very easy to be. They are the best. Senyonga Jonathan with the lucky point off the net. It touches the edge. That was so hard for Ankunda Sam to return, making it 7 apiece. It is 8 apiece. Senyonga Jonathan serving. It is 10-9 in favor of Ankunda Sam. You would not want Ankunda Sam to be the one serving when he has the game point and you are at the less advantage. Just as I said, Ankunda Sam is one of those players we have in Uganda that has very good services on him, and they never stop flowing out of his hand. And there we had him take the first set in style. It is 1 Sam Ankunda, 0 Senyonga Jonathan. The other set scores, it is level again. We are going for the second set. For those trying to understand table tennis, every time we are done with a set, they are done with a set, they have a 1 minute break to have a word or two with their coaches.
Well, we're back for that is the second set. Samuel Ankunda with the first set on his scoreboard, and Jonathan with 0. Samuel there with a side backhand flick. Well, nice for backhand service there from Jonathan Senyonga.
What a rally. The scores are level 4-4. Ankunda Sam serving. Wow, Senyonga Jonathan tries to save the ball, but it all goes in vain. The reverse pendulum done well by Sam Ankunda service. Just as I said, Sam Ankunda service is that person that has enough services in his docket. He can never run out of good services. Senyonga Jonathan tries to go hard on that ball, though it was that high. It had a lot of backspin engraved in it. And he makes it into the net.
The backhand swash from Samuel Ankunda. Incredible service there, Samuel Ankunda being innovative.
And there he has it. That is the second set. It is 2-0 in favor of Uganda's number 2. It is the battle of positions. Seed 1, Seed 2. Seed 2 is trying to make an upset, though you can't decide yet how it ends, because this is table tennis. Anything can happen. We are going in for the third set, and this could be the final if Samuel Ankunda takes it all, but it could be a stepping stone for Senyonga Jonathan for his victory. That is if he takes it and he takes the rest of the 3 left.
Backside spin flick from Samuel Ankunda. The comfort that Jonathan finds while playing. The strokes to play that is in table tennis, and Jonathan actually makes it easy to play it. Sam tries a diagonal backhand, but it doesn't touch the table. Maybe because of the miscalculation, or maybe because of the spin inflicted on it by Jonathan Senyonga. Ooh, lucky point there for Sam. A painful point for Jonathan.
I guess the gods today are in favor of Sam Ankunda because he is actually having those moments where balls touch the edge, they touch the net, but still get onto the table. And Senyonga Jonathan is very unlucky today, unless otherwise. But I'm saying it all. Sam Ankunda having the best odds of taking this game.
Well cut service there from Samuel Ankunda, putting him at a lead of 2 points.
That ball has a lot of spin engraved in it. That is why Senyonga Jonathan plays it and is rest assured of a return.
You can as well visualize it from the way he attacks it. You find his whole body is going all the way from down to upwards, and yes, you know it is too heavy. And he uses it again, giving him a 3-0 win, and there he is celebrating with Joseph, for he has paid back for Joseph's loss.
This is the fastest I've seen Jonathan lose in a while. This is the fastest I've seen him lose. I just can't believe it is happening, because Senyonga Jonathan is one of those players that actually finds Sam very easy. I don't know what went wrong with something, but
It is table tennis, and yes, it is hard to predict. You can never know who is going to win and who is.
That is Enoch for you with that flashy forehand that goes into the depth of Sharif Sareko's forehand, making it hard for him to return. Enoch is making it seem very easy to play against Uganda's number 4. I don't know how it's going to end, but it is 9-1 in favor of Enoch. He plays that flick, it makes the stroke seem very easy, by the way. Many strokes that I had to learn, and the flick is one of them. And he is making it seem very easy. Sharif seemed tired already of the set, and he played that ball reckless, because I barely expect him to play that forehand like that. He actually plays forehand with more caution, but this time he just played it to the net because I guess he was already tired of the lead, and he goes for the other set to try again. He is 1-1.
Tendo leading with a 2. Tendo leading with a 3, as we are all seeing. This is set 4. Despite the fact that he has lost the point, Enoch proves that he has learned how to play the pimple. Sharif is really giving it his all. Enoch leading the set with 4. Sharif behind by 2 points.
Enoch tries the counter, but it goes in vain. The point was very nice up to when it is taken to the net. Enoch that has that forehand that is very hard and has a lot of spin engraved in it. It is 7-4. Enoch in the driving seat of the game. Enoch's archives never run dry of those forehand. Enoch tries that down the line, but it goes in vain. That would be one of the best points if it was put on table. And he does it this time. It is that top spin service that puts him to the game point. He tries to finish with the signature forehand of Fanzendong, but it goes in vain. That would be a fantastic way to finish, but it goes in vain. It is 7-6. Sharif 3 points away from catching up. and that makes it 2. And there he has it. It is a 3-1 win for Enoch against Uganda's number 4. This has actually built history for him, because defeating Uganda's seeded player is one of achievements he has had today. We are back for action.
This is a match between Joseph and Sam, both from Nakasero Club.
This is actually going to be an interesting match because we are looking at the best of the best in Uganda. From the recent seeding, we had Sam Ankunda being second and Joseph Sebatindira being third. So you have already had an upset of seed 2 defeating seed 1 3-0. So let's expect that players might have actually improved from the recent qualifier, because this is very possible, because if the seed 2 has defeated number 1, why not like the defeat 4 here? Because I realize it's not predictable as we think, because I thought we can predict these games with the seeding, but it's actually turning south. It is 3-3, Sam Ankunda serving.
Yes, for those who don't know, Joseph is in a blue butterfly shirt.
What a rally. These two makes table tennis seem very easy to play, but if you are given that task of holding that racket and getting that ball and trying to play table tennis, you realize it's actually hard and it takes time to master, but everything is possible, and they're the living example that everything is possible. It is 5 apiece. Samuel Ankunda serving. Samuel Ankunda with that flashy flick, making it 6-5. That was reckless from Joseph Sebatindira. It is 7 apiece. That was the reverse tomahawk service from Joseph Sebatindira, yielding him the 8th point. It is 9-8. Once again, he does it again. By the way, that is one of the hardest service to return, and we have seen even top players worldwide failing to return it. Service. It is 10-9. those
6.
lobs from Joseph Sebatindira never run out. That was a flashy backhand from Samuel Ankunda, giving him a comfortable lead. Oh, it is 8 Sebatindira Joseph, 7 Samuel Ankunda. Samuel Ankunda kind of disappointed from the shot he has displayed. For those trying to understand table tennis, every time a set is done, players have to go for a water break, a 1 minute water break to their coaches to polish the mistakes they have been doing here and there. And at this point, we find it hard for these two players and for the coach himself, because the players actually come from the same club, that is Nakasero Primary School club. That I think the coach has to give them the advantage and give them the time to choose who is going to
Set 3, set 3, set 3. Joseph leading with 4. Joseph leading with 4. Oh, sorry, Sam. Sam leading with 4.
That was a flashy backhand from Samuel Ankunda, giving him a comfortable lead from this set, making it 6-2. Pressure is kicking in.
Indeed, pressure is kicking in. Another point for Joseph.
What a rally. You can't afford to miss this action. You can able come at the MTN Arena and have it face to face and watch this qualifier. These are pretty talented kids that we are having, and the UTTA is looking up to the future. They are the future of the UTTA, because the young ones are always the future. So we are looking at the future. We are looking at the seed 3 and seed 2 actually having a battle, and I think we are going to have another upset of the day, because I'm seeing Joseph Sebatindira in the lead unless otherwise. But if he is to take this set, we shall have an upset of the day, the other one, because we already had one, Samuel Ankunda defeating the current seed 1 of Uganda, that is Senyonga Jonathan.
Set 4, set 4. 1-1 for both of the players. Another very, very careless forehand from Sam, giving Joseph an advantage. 2 for Sam, 2 for Joseph.
It is 2 apiece. Joseph serving.
Three all. For those who don't know, everyone is given an opportunity to make 2 services. Four for Sam, 3 for Joseph.
A flashy backhand down the line from Joseph Sebatindira, making it 4 apiece. Joseph Sebatindira in the driving seat of this set, and he makes another reckless mistake of serving out. That is one of the most reckless mistakes you can ever do in table tennis, because when you serve out, you are denying yourself an opportunity to fight for a point. It is 6 apiece. To my opinion, I feel like we are going to have another upset of the day, but no one knows what the day brings. It is 8-6. Sam Ankunda on pressure to maintain his position. How could you lose to a person that is seated below you? So Sam Ankunda doing his best to get there, but it is Joseph Sebatindira in the driving seat of the game.
10 for Joseph. If he takes the last point, he wins this match, leaving Sam at a disadvantage. Wow, a very beautiful backhand from Sam.
Samuel Ankunda very excited and happy with the full backhand he has displayed. It was amazing, it was beautiful, it was worth a try, because if you don't try, you never know what comes next. He has opened up for another point, and that was a beautiful play from him, and he loses it out with serving out. It is Joseph Sabatini, the youngster, and we have another upset of the day. The seed 3 defeating seed 2. We have had enough upsets, by the way. Akwaldafin, and to my point, if we were to give odds, I would be giving the odds to Samuel Ankunda to have the win, but to my dismay, it is Joseph Sebatinde, the youngster, and I believe the players have done their homework after the recent qualifiers. They have done their homework and they have played better and better.
Yes, that is true, but for those who are not training, there is really no permanent winner in table tennis. People are always training. We have just watched the previous match. Sam has beaten the number 1 of Uganda 3-0, and he has lost to Joseph in a very, very, very disturbing way.
we are back with the Uganda's number one, Senyonga Jonathan, from the upset that he got from Uganda's number two. That was Sam Ankunda. He is playing the current Uganda's number 6. Are we supposed to expect another upset? No one knows. Let's see how it ends. I've seen them play at multiple occasions, and Jonathan Senyonga actually has more wins compared to Philip Napokoli. Let's hope Napokoli actually increases the wins he is going to be getting from Senyonga Jonathan, or Jonathan Senyonga is actually also going to increase the win difference he has from Uganda's 6, that is Napokoli Philip. Lavol Senyonga Jonathan serving.
One point for Jonathan Senyonga. The game has just started with Jonathan leading. Another point for Jonathan Senyonga.
That was actually reckless from Philip Napokoli, because every time someone is serving you, one of the basic rules that is given for a serve is take your time, because everyone is given enough time and you are supposed to take your time before you serve, and for that you make that perfect service. Philip Napokoli played the service out, and I think that could be a dismay to his coach.
For Jonathan Senyonga, but it's too early to predict the win of this game.
It touches the edge, and that was a lucky point for Philip Napokoli, giving him 3-5. Senyonga Jonathan serving.
Jonathan leading this set with 6. A very beautiful forehand from Jonathan, giving him an advantage of 7. Eight in favor of Jonathan Senyonga.
That was 9-6 in favor of Senyonga Jonathan, making it 7-5. Senyonga Jonathan serving. It is a tricky game. It is a tricky moment for both players. Jonathan Senyonga a point away from victory of this set. That is Philip Napokoli, aka the spin killer, with a flashy forehand in the deep forehand of Senyonga Jonathan.
A beautiful backhand from Jonathan, giving him an advantage in this set.
It is 1-7 Set for Senyonga Jonathan and 0 for Philip Napokoli. We are back for the second set, and Philip Napokoli is serving.
Jonathan catching up to Philip with 1 point. Two points for Jonathan, giving him the driving seat in this set. Three for Jonathan. Jonathan in the lead of this set by 2 points. A very strong backhand from Philip, giving him advantage in this set.
Philip Napokoli tries out the backhand again, but the backhand goes in vain. It is every day is not a Monday for Philip. That is what I can say. But Philip is actually handling the game so well, as Pan now is catching up to Senyonga Jonathan. Beautiful rallies, a chop smash from Senyonga Jonathan, wrapping up that point, giving him a comfortable lead of 6-4. Philip Napokoli tries the backhand down the line, but it goes in vain. That takes time, it takes dedication, and takes training to master that piece of work.
Same problem with Jonathan. Still does the backhand.
The ball actually touches the edge, giving Philip Napokoli a point. By the way, today Jonathan Senyonga has been very unlucky. It has been an unlucky day for him because he has lost a lot of points off the net and the edge. I guess this is a bad day at work. Senyonga Jonathan, irrespective of the bad day, he is still striving and fighting to make it to the peak of the tribe. It is a comfortable lead for Senyonga Jonathan. It is 2 sets. Again, it's 0-4. Philip Napokoli. Senyonga Jonathan a set away from victory, and Philip Napokoli has a long hill to climb. That is if he is planning on taking on this win.
to make the second, or that will be the third upset. But I think Senyonga Jonathan is not willing to have another loss of the day. That is why he is rushing the game, and it may, that is if it happens, it may end 3-0 again. We are back for the timeout. We are back for the third and may seem the final set for this game, but we can still as well continue. That is if Philip Napokoli takes one of these sets that may keep us going. But if Senyonga Jonathan has the advantage of taking this set, that will be game over for Philip, and that will be some other win kept for Senyonga Jonathan in his pocket. That was reckless but not intended, because his facial expression showed that he actually wanted that point on the table, but the backhand went in vain. It is 3 for Philip Napoli, 5 for Senyonga Jonathan. Senyonga Jonathan serving.
6 for Jonathan in set 3. A timeout from Philip.
We are back for the third set from the timeout. It is 6-4 in favor of Senyonga Jonathan. It is 7-4, and Jonathan is making it look very easy to play against Philip Napokoli, aka the spin killer. By the way, it seems Senyonga Jonathan is not ready for another upset of the day, because I think he has already gotten enough. That is why he is taking this game so quick.
An advantage in for Philip. Philip with 7, Jonathan with 9.
That was reckless from Philip Napokoli, because that would not be the best shot I think you would opt for if you are making a catch-up. That makes it 3-0 for Uganda's top FC Senyonga Jonathan, and that is his win. He is very upset with the loss. I guess that's why he has this win. I think he is very horrified. I mean, Philip Napokoli, of what has just happened to him, because this is the quickest I have seen Philip Napokoli lose a game or a set in the qualifiers I've actually witnessed.
Jonathan playing Joshua from Nakasero Club. Three for Joshua from Nakasero Club. Two in favor of Jonathan.
Joshua Magaya in the driving seat of this set. It is Senyonga Jonathan versus Joshua Magaya from Nakasero Primary School and from Chibuli Secondary School Table Tennis Club. This is going to be an amazing game. So we see the top seeds. You can expect anything because seriously now at this point I can't tell who is going to win what, because these are top seeds we have in Uganda and they actually train so hard and train almost every day. So you just can't tell who has improved on what and where. So all you have to do is sit back and wait for the results of the game. It is Joshua Magaya in the driving seat of this first set, and we can't tell who is going to be actually taking the set already, because there is a possibility Senyonga Jonathan coming from the back and taking off Joshua Magaya. We have seen it happen before, so it is still possible. Everything is still possible at the moment. It is 7-3. That was reckless from Joshua Magaya, but I would dedicate this to the pressure that gets in when you are playing the big dog, the Uganda's number one. You are actually so careful with everything. That is how you find yourself sometimes ending up playing it wrong. Just as I said, we are speaking about the Uganda's say one, and that is Senyonga Jonathan, and within a blink of an eye he has already caught up Joshua Magaya, and he is in the driving seat of the set already. So you can just tell what is going to happen next. It is table tennis, follows upsets and complications. So there we have it. Joshua Magaya tries a chop block, but it all goes in vain. Senyonga Jonathan serving.
And that marks the end of the first set in favor of Jonathan Senyonga. Joshua goes for a minute water break.
We are back for the second set, and Senyonga Jonathan, he is already in the driving seat of the set. It is 1 for Joshua Magaya, 2 for Senyonga Jonathan.
Jonathan takes on the third point. Joshua serving. And he serves in the net, giving an advantage to Jonathan.
That was pretty nice start from Senyonga Jonathan with the backhand, but he fails to wrap it up with the forehand, and that is the efforts go back all to zero, because if you have the best strokes and end up losing, it is close to nothing done.
A very, very careless forehand from Jonathan, giving Joshua an advantage.
That side spin service yields Joshua Magayo first point, but Senyonga Jonathan caught on guard for the second time and returns very safely. Joshua Magayo plays it into the net.
Wow. Jonathan is trying his best to keep the game to himself. He's at leading with 8.
That was reckless from Senyonga Jonathan.
Jonathan with a lead of 10. Joshua serving.
Yes, it is 10-6. Joshua Magaya serving.
And
Jonathan Senyonga wraps it up with a backhand forehand mashup combo, giving him the second set. It is 2-0 in favor of Senyonga Jonathan. Senyonga Jonathan making it seem very simple to play against Joshua Magaya. Joshua Magaya seems already disappointed with what is happening right now. I almost saw Joshua Magaya defeat Senyonga Jonathan, so this must be an upset. And I think Senyonga Jonathan has done the homework. He has been training. He has actually improved on what he was supposed to do to get past him. It is that 1 minute time break that is given to every player every after a set.
set 3. Jonathan leading the set with 1 against 0.
It is 2-love.
Nice play from Joshua, but the point ends up with an advantage to Jonathan.
By the way, things seem, Joshua Magaya really seems like he has given up already, because with the playing stance at the ready position and the way he is receiving and everything, I've not seen him that reckless and that on pressure. I guess he has given up already, and this is the point where I think the coach can call out for a timeout.
True. Jonathan messes up with such a very beautiful opportunity. Beautiful backhand from Philip, giving him an advantage to catch up with Jonathan. Six for both of the players. Jonathan in blue, Joshua in green.
That was wise from Joshua Magaya, playing that backhand down the line, getting Senyonga Jonathan off guard. It is that smash that never stops coming that is giving Joshua Magaya that 1 point lead. It is 8 Joshua Magaya, 7 Senyonga Jonathan. He does it again, and that was the forehand down the line, getting Senyonga Jonathan off guard. Jonathan was getting comfortable with playing at the ease of Joshua Magaya.
Wow.
Oh, he does it again, and he realizes where the fault is, but I feel like he is getting it late. But you know, as they say, it is never too late until the last point is flipped. It is 10 Joshua Magaya, 8 Senyonga Jonathan. It is that backhand side spin service that has given Joshua Magaya that first set ever against Senyonga Jonathan. Today, it is 2-1 in favor of Senyonga Jonathan, who is taking it. Are we seeing another upset, or Senyonga Jonathan is going to continue with his unbeaten streak for this qualifier?
Set 4.
That is the forehand top spin with a lot of spin engraved in it. It was so hard for Senyonga Jonathan to return. It is 2-1. And it is 3 with a lucky point from Joshua Magaya, giving him and gaining him momentum to fight for more points.
4 in favor of Joshua. Joshua driving this set. Careless backhand from Jonathan, gaining Joshua an advantage. Same case for Joshua, gaining Jonathan an advantage.
And that was a lucky point from Senyonga Jonathan. He plays the counter and he touches the edge of the table, and the umpire was all like, that counts.
The service is proving to be a problem for Jonathan. Joshua leading a seat with 9. Pressure at this moment. Jonathan catches up.
It is 9 apiece. It is that backhand chop block that keeps Senyonga Jonathan putting the ball off the table. That is giving Joshua Magaya that lead. It is a point away from 2-2 for Joshua Magaya, and it is 2 points. In fact, 3 for it is game deuce. It is at the point where you are supposed to take 2 points in a row to get that win, and Joshua Magaya is point away from getting the victory of this set. That running deceptive service to the deep forehand of Joshua Magaya that got him from continuing his streak of the 2 points. Oh my God, that was
Wonderful
a
forehand.
forehand with a lot of spin engraved in the ball, giving Senyonga Jonathan that 1 point lead, and he is a point away from victory in this set. And there he has it. He has been a lot of unlucky points for him, but he actually wraps it up with one himself. He has that point off the net and he gives him the win. It was a 3-1 win for the Uganda's top seed, Uganda's number 1, Uganda's big dog. we are back for the other game of Sebatindila Joseph, the young bright star we have in the UTTA table tennis. That was a reverse tomahawk service from Joseph Sebatindila.
Joseph driving this set with 6.
It is a comfortable. It is a comfortable lead for Joseph. He actually gets point even without moving from a place. He is getting points off Joshua Magaya's own services. He serves and he serves in the net. I don't know why Joshua Magaya, he's fond of doing that, but it is one of the vice here is actually supposed to iron out. He is planning on upping his game. It is 10-2 in favor of Joseph Sebatindila.
Joseph easily takes on the first set with 11 points. Joshua at disadvantage. Set 2 is going on, has started with Joshua in the lead with 1 point. Joshua leading this set with 2 points against Joshua with 1. Nice play from Joshua, giving him 4. And then
Joseph there with the running service straight to Joshua's forehand. It gets interesting how Joseph is so comfortable with that forehand.
second set in favor of Joseph 17 Dida.
Well, it is that 1 minute break that is given to the players every after a game, where they're supposed to get a little bit of information from their coaches and also take a break. For table tennis is a very intense game, and it actually requires a lot of concentration and a little bit of a break every after a game. By the way, for those who have just joined us, we are at the MTN Arena, that is Lugogo, and this is the Africa Cup qualifier stroke Olympic qualifiers. We shall select, that is 2 players from this trio that will actually be representing us in Rwanda come next month during the African Cup. In the next match on the table, that is Jonathan Senyoga in the blue shirt against that is Sharif Msereko in a grey shirt from that is Nakasero Table Tennis Club. It is the first 2 minutes of warm-up that have just elapsed, and it's Jonah going in for the first service. It is a best of 5. Brace yourselves for the action. That's a sweet backhand there from Jonathan, all the way down the line to Sharif's forehand. Beautiful placement there. Followed with the counter's forehand spin. Sharif there traveling the whole table with his weapon. That is his backhand pimple rubber. Quite interesting how Jonathan is way too patient. But I believe it is the only way to play against that pimple rubber. For he is a coach, and I believe he knows what to do when it comes to such equipment.
First set between Jonathan and Sharif. Jonathan leading this set with 10. Jonathan wraps up the set with 11 points. 1 minute break going on right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that 1 minute water break for the athletes. We are back for the second set. Sharif Msereko with the service. Quite interesting how Jonathan is very patient with that ball. Sharif saves the net ball, but Jonah follows it with the counter forehand loop. a big forehand there from Jonathan. Well placed at Sharif's forehand. Quite heavy for him to block. There Sharif also returns the favor. Same position. Jonah risks that one with a backhand. Quite disappointed after hitting that one on the net and flies all the way over the table. It is that forehand that keeps coming. He actually plays it in a way that it moves out of the table. Wow, Sharif puts a set on his scoreboard.
Second set in favor of Sharif Nsireko. It is the third set. Sharif against Jonathan Senyonga. Jonathan Senyonga in a green and a multicolored shirt. Blue, excuse me for that one. A multicolored shirt as Seriko in a grey shirt. It is 1-1 set scores and 1-1 game scores. Well, it is the umpire giving Sharif a warning to toss the ball a little bit higher. For those watching table tennis, you are actually supposed to toss the ball higher
at least higher than the net, or and should be vertical. Beautiful flick there from Jonathan all the way to Sharif's forehand, followed by the heavy spin that actually gave Seriko hard time to return. It is for Jonathan, for Sharif Seriko. Is that heavy forehand again? Backhand again. Heavy for the Pimpos to block. Jonathan 8 for Sharif.
Jonathan in the lead of set 3 with 9. Sharif with 5.
Jonathan with the inside above forehand attack, catching Sharif Seriko unaware. Striking forehand from Sharif, miscalculated by Jonathan.
Jonathan wraps up set 3.
Well, Jonathan puts another set on his scoreboard. Currently, it is 2-1 Jonathan, 1 Musireko. And yes, it is. The game is still young, as you know, table tennis, and someone with the pimp's rubber, it is quite complex to predict whether you have won at that moment or not.
Set 4. Jonathan Joshua. Oh, Jonathan Sharif.
Long service from Sharif Seriko, well placed in the middle of the table, leaving Jonathan. It is 3-all. That forehand that has been giving Jonathan points all the way from the start, and yes, he's still sending. There it comes again. Right in the middle of the table, a little bit complex for Sharif Nsereko to predict. He risks the forehand. I don't think he was actually in position to attack that, but since it has been giving him points, and I think that's why he tried to do it again. Sharif Nsereko, seed 4, Uganda. Sharif there with a backhand pinball rubber attack. Jonathan with the sweet flick there, though. Sharif Nsereko was in position to hit it back, and he got lucky that it touched the net. The forehand that has been giving Jonathan points. A bit making it a little bit hard for him to win points now. It's actually that same forehand that is acting against him. Sharif Nsereko for you putting the second game on his scoreboard. It is to Jonathan, to Sharif Nsereko. We shall see the players come back from the water break, and we will have the decider on who walks away victorious from this center court here at MTN Arena, currently known as National Council of Sports Arena, Lugogo. It is the African Cup and Olympic qualifiers 2024.
Decisive set between Jonathan and Sharif.
Sharif Nsereko there traveling the whole table with his pinball rubber. Jonathan with the backhand flick were placed in the middle of the table. Interesting play here from Jonathan Senyunga.
Jonathan with 4, Sharif with 2, decisive, best of 5.
Forehand that has been giving Jonah points is currently playing against him. That big backhand again. giving him a comfortable 4-point lead. Excuse me, it is 2 points lead, and it is a decisive game. That whoever wins this walks away victorious. Edge click from the Maestro Lito champion, Sharif Mseriko. Running service there for you from Jonathan Senyonga, running all the way to Sharif's backhand. Sharif there with a half-long deep chop service in the middle of the table. Running service down the line. The patience from Jonathan Senyunga. Waits for the ball to check him, and he plays it very well. A sweet flick. From the full backhand to the forehand. Sends Sharif to a timeout. Sharif Mseriko with his coach, that's Coach Alvin Katumba, trying to receive a little bit of advice to see on how he can be able to win this game against Jonathan Senyonga. That big forehand in slow motion that keeps Jonathan alive, though he was playing against him. Umpire Olo in the middle of this game. He is one of the best umpires we are currently having in Uganda. Well, there is the legendary Baga together with Jimmy Chiyimba, and that is Mr. Cyrus Mwanga, the sole proprietor of GMS. Patience by Jonathan Senyonga. It is the smile on his face that says it all. The patience with the forehand, the patience with the placement, the smile on his face says it all. He secures this win against Uganda Seed 4, and I think that's what puts him in position as a Seed 1 of Uganda. He knows how to deal with all weapons that come to act against him. It is Jonathan Senyonga with a 3-2 win against Sharif Mseriko.
check. Okay. All right. Winner ladies, we have Patience Anyango. Jiteke once. That's our winner for the ladies. We have runners up, ladies, that is Pavin. Receives also the certificate. We have winner Sam. He gets the certificate. Nebasa. Basa za komeri mu Africa Games. So, those are our winners tonight.
And when they'll be traveling, for what?
Is it next? They're traveling next week? No, it's on
In May.
Yeah. These are winners who will be representing the country next month. Africa Cup, that's happened to Rwanda. And also perhaps Olympics qualifier. Congratulations to all the winners. We believe you can do the best.
Thank you very much, everybody. And I just want to say a few things. One, the competition in Rwanda, only 2 people can be entered by the country. Only 2. That's why we have only the winner, runner-up, winner, runner-up. So for the men, Sam Ankunda was the winner and Jonathan Senyonga was the runner-up. For the ladies, Anyango Patience was the winner, 10 years old, and then Pavin was the runner-up. And I want to take this opportunity to thank my seniors and my brothers who are here. I have very important people here. There is Mr. Mlinda Francis, the trustee of the association, and vice president now also, but also one of the most important people in the history of the sport, creating an Olympian called Mary Musoke, who is responsible for a lot of the success in one of the clubs here, which is Nakasero. Then I have my good OB, my very good friend, Thomas Balikoa. I'm so happy to see these people here. Then there is Mr. Jime Chiimba. Some of the people who are responsible for the table tennis we learned in our time. These people helped us a lot. I have my brother, my very good friend, Cyrus Mwanga, who also joined us in Ghana. He flew just to support the team. So Cyrus, we thank you so much. Then we have an Olympian, one of the Olympians under Mr. Mlinda Francis, Mr. Paul Mutambuze, who is now the head coach of the entire team that is preparing for the regional senior championship. So I'm really very thankful. And allow me to call just one more person here whom I respect a lot, Coach Misiri. He's called Coach Misiri. Coach Alvin Katumba. These 2 coaches are the ones handling the team that is preparing for the regional senior championship that will be here in this hall from the 22nd to the 25th of April, just next week but one. Yes, so we are sure we are in good hands. We have a very brilliant scientific coach. We have an Olympic coach. And then, of course, our grandfather is always here to help with the team. I am very sure we are in very good hands. The meaning of this is that many times the politicians sit and the players stand behind. But I think it's important that we start to realize that we all exist because of the players. That's why we decided to let them sit, and then for us we can stand behind them. Jonathan Senyonga here is the team captain. He did an excellent job for us in Ghana. And then of course his playing style is an excellent learning experience for our brothers. So thank you very much. Maybe Coach Paul or Coach Alvin, if you can give us a word or two on the team preparations for the regional senior championship and then the Africa Cup now. Any of you?
Thank you. Thank you very much, President UTTA. Yeah, it's a good time now to be having a competition like this one, especially when we are having the regionals the week after next. It's a good test for our players to keep up with the training and the standard, because the teams that are coming this time around are quite strong. There is no doubt about it. Teams like Madagascar, Mauritius, those are strong teams for sure. And we need to prepare even much harder for them. We just believe that with more training for the Rwanda trip, you can see the players will put in even much more effort, because it's even a harder competition. The four that they will be going for in Rwanda. It is an Olympic qualifier where you have world-class players taking part. So we are prepared to give it all, and I hope and pray that the players, I hope you are ready to give it your all for your country. Then the rest, we pray to God for good results. Thank you very much.